Hello, everybody. Welcome back to some more Final Fantasy 16. Told you guys I would be back here on Wednesday, and here I am after work. As always, please bear with me for a few minutes while I do all the sharing stuff, and then we will get started here. For those of you who do not know, we are in the kind of final stretch of the game here. From the way that I'm reading it, we have one final segment of side quests left to go. And then we're off to face Ultima. So if you do not want to be any more spoiled than I already did, please make your way out, find the nearest exit. Thank you for joining, and hope to see you guys at a more convenient time. Otherwise, if you are still sticking around, you guys know what you are in for. We shall get started on that in just a few minutes. Alright, I seem to be getting better at this. Which is good or bad, depending on how you see it there. So yes, welcome back to more Final Fantasy 16. Last time, we had gone over to Drake's Spine to face Ultima, and we wound up kind of learning the history of the world and the whole gimmick behind Ultima's plan here, and how, despite what everybody in Ash believed, humanity is not having a second chance. Ultima is basically using us as a means to an end, and then going to dispose of us in the new world here. And we ain't having that. So we beat his ass up. He beat us up as well. You know, as a give and take here. And he was just like, wow, you actually beat me. This is kind of unbelievable. So he said, fuck you, went back to Twinside, and that giant tower that appeared after we beat up fucking Bahamut turned into a giant fucking crystal, tore like completely erased Twinside off the map, and well, let's just say that it was not a good time. So our ultimate destination awaits up there in the mother crystal called Origin. And we can do that. Like, we are free to do that at any time, but that is basically endgame. And we have a lot of loose ends to tie up. We have a lot of side shit to do. Just making sure that everybody that is remaining, that is part of our allies, you know, can get on fine without us, basically. So that is what we are doing today. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. They do seem kind of in-depth. At least, that's how they seemed when I was pretty fucking sleep-deprived. So we'll see. If it doesn't take that long, then we will go to Origin and potentially finish the game. If not, then it's going to take one more stream, which, if I can squeeze it in this weekend, that would be great, just to try to finish off there. But if I can't, then we are going to have to hold it off for a week, because next week I am going to be kind of off the radar when it comes to streaming and video stuff, because my sister's going to be in town, and as I mentioned beforehand, she actually is the owner of this room. So I'm kind of just borrowing it here. And I think that is enough time to burn, so I can get this daily shit out of the way, and we shall get going. So the last side stuff that we did last time was with Torgal. It was so fucking sweet. We got a nice little reminder of us as a boy, and we found out that Torgal never stopped looking for us over the time that we were gone.
You were right, boy.
He's such a good boy. It was really heartwarming. So with that out of the way, we are done in this section. We are done in Rosaria. So we move on to our next destination, which I guess we will stay on Storm, get everything done on Storm, and then head over to Ash. If that is the case, then our next destination is going to be Tabor, I think. Because we were told that they had found a will that Joshua and Clive's father has left behind. So.
Are you buying or selling?
That's a good question. I'm buying another high potion.
Of course.
I don't know what I use that on.
Go safely.
The bearer of the burning quill is within, my lord. How did he enter?
But just might then.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If If you would do us the honor, my lord.
My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for both of you, your father.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
Like he knew he was going to die.
He spoke of.
His plans for the duchy, your grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, your grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Elwyn was always thinking of people, of his people, both bearers and non-magical users alike.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha. What say you, Clive? What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua? What else?
Okay.
The griffin your father meant to slay is currently nesting in Titan's Wake, not far from here. Slay it in his stead, and claim the Heartstone that he could not.
Titan's Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
It also seems like Cyril has another quest for us.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash? A continent teeming with orcs and Akashic?
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
It seems like our words actually got through, which is very surprising.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
Right.
I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the Firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
Okay. Another reason to go to Ash. We have a lot to do on Storm and Ash both. And we shall do it.
This new faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then.
Let's concentrate on finding the third chair first, shall we?
Alright. I'm gonna make a side... I mean, nah, it's... I guess it's not super necessary. I say grab the thing for mid, but... do not think that it is necessary. So slay Simurg.
Speed, Joshua.
Going after the Griffin. Oh. Well, ain't that nice? It's just right there.
There it is. For House Rosfield.
Haven't fought a Griffin in a while.
Too slow.
Ow! Dick. Oh boy. Yeesh. There we go. Ooh, nice parry.
Nice try.
Yes, give me more. Give me more. Okay. That's kind of a cheap shot. Cheap shot. Fuck you. And so I shall do the same to you. Come on. What is that following me around? Joshua, what did you do? Nope. Sucker. Ah! Got too complacent. That was me. That was really me. Ow. Okay. I see now why it's called Witch's Ladder. Takes you up, Alright, that was a little bit of a fight. Hurt a little bit. Heartstone. Griffins suffer something akin to the crystal's curse, their flesh slowly turning to stone over a lifetime of channeling ether. Unlike bears, however, the effect is far more gradual and limited to a sac around their hearts, the slower progress of petrification resulting in the formation of a gemstone of rare beauty.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Well then. Oh, Lady Goditha, I believe I have it.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen flame, it is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that his Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
Founder's Grasp. Archduke Elwin's testament. Archduke Elwin's final message to his sons, penned not long before his untimely end. I'm trusting in you to keep your brother safe. Is it actually a... Oh, it is. Kind of worse by a little bit, but fashioned after those pictured adorning wow, okay. Fashioned after those pictured adorning the wrists of the mythical founder in ancient engravings, Archduke Elwin intended to gift these bands to his beloved sons upon their coming of age, that they might serve to remind them of the unbreakable bonds they share as proud scions of the ducal line, and the unwavering devotion that would be required to see their duty done.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
We will take care of that as soon as we are done here in Dhalmekia. For right now, we have a few more things to do.
Are those bellows easy to work then?
Good day.
Oh, now they're just selling clutch mine.
Farewell, traveller.
Let's see, what's his face here?
It was a nasty gash that demon gave you.
Oh, it is.
You're far from home. Did Blackthorn ever tell you?
We came to Prentice at the same forge. War. The pair of us lost everything before we knew what we'd got. We had no more name days than fingers in our hands when Vulcan found us begging in the streets and took us in. The work was hard, but it helped us forget, sometimes too well. When the Forge Master wasn't looking, we'd slip out the back to play knights in armor, like most boys our age.
I still remember.
When old Vulcan found us sparring one day. Thought for certain we were first striping, but there was sadness in his eyes, not anger. He just shook his head and said, "Swords are for those too stupid to swing a hammer," and left us to it.
Set us straight.
Those words did. And times proved him right, because we're still pounding away while most of those we made swords for are slumbering beneath the sands. And it's not as if I could ever best Blackthorn at sparring anyway. That's half the reason I swore to best him at smithing. Not that I've had much luck with that either. but it was never for want of trying, and we've got a good few years ahead of us yet.
There was a time.
Not so long ago, that this village wasn't much more than a streak of bird shit on a boulder. But then they discovered the vein, and everything changed. Smiths rode in from all four corners of Velcroy to set up shop.
And each one.
Keen not to be outdone by his neighbor, honed his craft till half the realm's best hammers hailed from Javost. Word spread, and soon every knight and noble from Canver to the Belt was clamoring for a piece of our quality steel.
But then...
The war started up again, and it wasn't more quality that the knights wanted, it was just more. In short, Javost was faced with a choice, to swallow its pride, or lose its best customers. And while pride can fill a heart, it can't fill a belly. So I did what I thought best for the village's future.
While Blackthorn...
Blackthorn did what he thought best on her past.
In the end...
I like to think we both did right by Javost.
Don't ask me.
That it has a future at all is a miracle in itself, and that's thanks to a man who I thought was only just part of its past. Without those bellows, Javost's days were numbered.
And they still might be.
If we don't keep looking after the place. The world's a mess, and we can't keep relying on the white knights to magically appear whenever trouble turns up on our doorstep. So us hammers will do what we do best. Work the forges, fill the orders, and show the realm that we in Javost have not given up the fight.
And should those Akashic come calling again...
We'll be ready for them. Wearing some of the finest steel in the Twins, you can be certain of that. I reckon there's a place in Javost for both quality and quantity, but when it comes to outfitting our own, there'll be no more cutting corners.
Be seeing you then. Sid, come, give that scowling bastard my regards.
I do appreciate the fact that, like, we can actually talk with our allies here and, like, get an idea of who they are and who the city is, and like, there's I talked about the world building before, and I still praise it now. The fact that, like, everything that is scripted in this game is meant to further your appreciation for the world, to further the appreciation that not only is it you that has something going on, but like everybody around you does.
Carava, if you were a tortoise Toggle, where would you hide?
Oh, that's right, the Adamentus. The Adamentus.
Looks like we found him.
That, the distance. The hell is that curl? Is that a curl? Ow. Good combo. Damn. Do not appreciate the fact that that actually, like... Oh. That actually worked. Holy shit. hell? Ow.
Too slow.
Alright. I will take it. Adamantus shell. It is believed that an adamantus will grow a thin new layer to its protective shell once every 2 moons. Considering that many of the creatures live for hundreds of years, it should come as no surprise that the shells of older specimens can be several hands thick and weigh over 50 stone.
I better get these materials to
Damn.
Meg so she can finish her prototype.
I could have sworn I saw something glowing around here. There was totally something around here. Alright, whatever. Back to Dalamil. Kind of see what's going on with this whole political turmoil.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
For a share in Lubor's ill-gotten. Can you believe we were going to make?
I think we'd better shut up.
Who can say what Lubor is plotting?
Lubor is plotting to make this place better. You stupid fucks.
Are you looking for something in particular? Here you are.
Definitely that.
My thanks.
Grab that OST.
The bastard's been lying to us.
Lubor. Buddy.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact. You're really going to go through with this, then? I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, 2, in fact. If it's within my power to help you, I will. It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe, and provided for, and loved. The hideaway.
Of course.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome. Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned, and they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Further, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation. Understood. I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
You're gonna need it. It's an uphill battle there. Again, Ultima's plan backfiring immensely.
You have to listen to me. They're coming. You need to evacuate.
Know your place, bearer.
Oh my god. Know your place, bearer. Bib, 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 bib.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss?
What's the...
It's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
Just fucking abandon them at this point.
Speak to Lord Further.
Fuck them.
You have to listen to me.
You lied about being one of us, and you're lying now.
You wanna fucking get your entire town killed? Because you want to choose to not... You don't want to believe a fucking Barrett? Fine. That's on you.
Lord Further. Sid, what's wrong? I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Further! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Blue Boy is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
You have to believe me! The Akashic are coming! They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There won't be no parley, no mercy granted! We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
that. Wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far away!
Run!
Just go on, Bearer!
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Go!
Come on, then.
Go on, go! Just go.
Lubor.
Wait.
Someone's coming.
Go.
Come on!
Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that? Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever. But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling? He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood.
Let me say this straight up for the record, also just to break up the story beats here. I am so proud of those children, but the rest of these town people can burn in fucking hell for all I care. The only reason they stopped is because they hit kids. That is the only reason. Their deep-seated hatred to the point of stoning somebody, which was a very popular method in punishing women that went against their roles, I guess. Or, I mean, anybody else for that matter in ancient times. I'm pretty sure the Bible has plenty of stories about that. And just, I don't know why it's hitting me now. Like, this is what this whole game has been about. But after all this time, after all the work that's been put in, and they still have such a deep-seated hatred because of one little thing about him. Just rubs me the wrong way there. Anyway.
Near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage, and they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic Force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan? Where else but the most perilous place of all?
Dive into the Viper's
Travel
Nest.
to the home of our erstwhile League of
Yep.
Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
I have a feeling it's not going to be a problem.
So am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil.
You know, Dalamil.
Looks like everyone's ready. I better not keep them waiting.
Dalamil is going to be definitely my one of my least favorite places here. I cannot stand shit like that.
There it is. The flood. But what's waiting for us inside?
Akashic, what else? These are just some outliers, but there's the main force. Come on, everybody surrounds. Everybody surrounds. You're going first, buddy. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We ain't doing that. Made me waste my goddamn Zantetsuken. Whoa. Maybe not. That was cool animation. Oh my god, Joshua. Come on. Oh, we got a biggin. Ow. Ow. Fuck you. Ow. Timing's off. There we go.
Nice try.
I love the extra flourish of the animation when Zantetsuken is the kill strike.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina? It's done. Root and branch. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it!
We saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat?
Yeah, that's how an election goes. Much better than our political climate right now.
How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace.
Hmm.
And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubo, about the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Appreciate the reflection of the citizens, or at least the two leaders, on their stains on their character there, but I still they're still pretty low on my list of people that I like there. Briar's Kiss signboard. The emblem of Briar's Kiss, pride of Dalimil. The forge is almost as popular with traveling merchants as the trading post's famous healing baths, where the weary can soak away their saddle sores on the way to Drake's Fang. And Impulse. Nice. Okay.
I shall devote my every effort to creating a haven for man and bearer both. Just like a certain someone else I know. Someone to whom I owe a debt of gratitude.
See, this is what we call character development, considering when we first met him, he was a little shit.
Well, I certainly didn't expect it, but Dalimil seems more united than ever. I'll have to redouble my efforts to bring Costness under control. Can't have Lubo showing me up again.
From bearer boy to mayor of Dalimil.
Mm.
How far Lubo has come, and how richly he deserves it.
Let's just hope that that power actually does him some good, yeah?
Yeah, it'll taste so much sweeter when you don't have enough.
Okay, and that is everything. Oh, that whole thing. Never mind. That is not everything in Dalimil. Although, while we're here in Bucklead, we can visit
You won't find
Eloise.
a finer array this side of the strait. You're welcome anytime.
What brings you to the caravans today? When we fled our childhood home,
We left behind not only our family fortune, but the names our parents gave. I became Eloise and my brother Theodore. We had nothing to our new names but a hatred of the system that would have seen my brother enslaved. But that hatred also gave us a purpose. We swore to not only save Theodore, but others like him. In order to make good on this ambition, we would need two things: money and trust. We found work and saved the money we needed to begin buying bearers their freedom. We told them that their lives are their own, that they could stay with us and we would feed them and house them and pay for their labor. Or they could leave, and we would grant them safe passage to wherever they wished to go. In that way, we engendered trust. Once earned, that trust proved nigh unshakable, so much so that most chose to stay with us. But it was always Theo they trusted the most. They loved him.
I loved him.
And I shall continue his work. Our work.
Did I tell you
That I found a map of Cashlock among Theo's things. He had words written, he had written some words in the boundary. A new dream for when the nightmares end.
that was what he wanted?
An end to the torment that bearers the realm over have long been forced to endure. A new beginning. Theo lost his life in pursuit of that dream. It falls to us, or to those of us who remain, to see that it lives on.
No matter how hard it might be.
Or how long it might take, I will make his dream a reality.
The Dominion has fallen.
And Bucklead's streets now echo with the cries of those fleeing in its destruction, and the bitter objections of those forced to take them in. And things seem likely only to get worse. Aether floods continue to swallow the great swaths of the Republic, and it grows harder every day to disagree with those who say the end is nigh. But what is the end of the world as we know it, if not an opportunity to create a new one? Our work is only just beginning.
The Crimson Caravans must set an example.
We must use the skill, strength, and knowledge Theo and I earned over these years to see that all who come here continue to be fed and watered. If there is nowhere left to run, then we must ensure that the place in which we find ourselves is a place of refuge for all.
It is our job to keep the hope alive.
If we don't, who else will?
Come back soon, won't you?
Do you see that too?
Oh, yep, there it is. I assume it can be seen from all across Storm here.
What is it? Please. Just make it stop. I'm scared.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
So this is Byron's mission here. Gonna meet with his butler. No. Gonna meet with, Havel. Oh, shut it. Not interested in fighting any of you.
Can it?
What?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal. Oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're
Alright.
right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Excuse me. Ooh. A little bit stronger. Okay. Get two healers on the field here, huh? Can't have that, can we?
little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
Is it gonna be Lubor? I don't know, that's the first one that comes to mind.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin.
Oh, Quentin.
I hope I can convince him at least.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense. Okay. Alright. Now, for better or for worse, we are done in the Dhalmekian Republic. So let's head back and visit dear old dad here.
unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
Ready, girl?
Alright, nice invisible wall there.
It's just back there.
Oh, this place. I was talking about this place before. Wow, this is where his grave was?
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us. As we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Rusted battle helm. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn during his victorious campaign to quell the northern uprising. War is coming, my boy. We must make ready. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Okay. I mean, he was with us the entire time. Also, what do you mean until departing for Origin? In loving memory of his grace the most righteous. Elwyn Rosfield, Archduke of Rosaria, conqueror of northern territories, shield against the scourge in southern seas, defender of the flame of the phoenix, who kept his light burning throughout the long winter of his slumber. Now you sleep, but your flame burns still. Let me see if the screenshot took here. Oh yeah, perfect. Oops. Let's remember how to play the game here. Okay. Guess we are making our way over to Lost Wing. I'm knocking these out faster than I thought. I'm gonna be honest. Not that I'm complaining. Okay.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold.
Unfortunately.
Go on,
Maybe
then.
just a little bit.
Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
I agree with
You'd
this
have
one.
me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lost Wing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Okay.
Any statesmen we speak with are liable to resist our entreaties if they feel that what little power remains to them is at stake. They must be dealt with skillfully. I shall not repeat the errors of my past.
Reckon Master Quinton could argue an egg back up a hen's quim if he set his mind to it.
That's certainly an argument there. God damn. Alright. That seems to be everything on Storm. So now we cross the sea and work our way in Ash. Got a little ahead of us here. This So that's what this is going to be about. Interesting. Okay. Yep. Let's work our way north. I do. It is very interesting because Quentin does not have what you would expect of an ambassador of what we're asking of him, right? He's very straight-laced, he's very monosyllabic. Not the word I'm looking for. I always do that. Monotone. He's kind of monotone. And just overall, you know, he seems very bored with what he's doing. And yet at the same time, the words that he actually speaks mean a lot. So, yeah, like I definitely agree with Clive that he would be best suited for the job there. Also, seems we're finally going in here.
Might this be Nickelberg?
Indeed. Whoa. Well, this certainly seems culty. I'm very surprised the people are still on Ash.
These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least.
And you felt something. You felt something when we first got here.
What is going on here?
Ah. Did you, too, heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Stone? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
Your friend with the cowl has been staying with me. Please, make yourself at home too, traveler.
This is fucking creepy. This is probably the spookiest that we're gonna get in spooky month here on my end here. Here. He's safe, but is he still him, if you know what I'm saying? Is he still of his right mind here?
Excuse me. you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you. Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different. It is more. And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become Akashic. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here. Beneath the flood. Oh no.
Just like that, huh?
There must be something I can do.
Oh, great.
Echoes as well. Found her.
Ready, brother?
Ready. What now?
Is it another friend? Don't get a big soldier? Kind of. Except this one's on fire.
We meet again.
Titus.
I've killed your kind before. Nice try.
Ow. Ow. Yeah, that platform was a little suspicious, to be fair. Good job. I don't know what that was. Ow. That hurt. Just a bit. Oh boy. Ow. Wow, that barely did anything. Gonna be honest. Escape fire. Oh boy. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! There we go. Ow. Jesus Christ. A little bit of a pain, ain't you? What do you got? I really do not appreciate the fact that I'm not able to read these movements just as well. But, you know, what can you do? Keep on going, take the hits, move on. What the fuck? Oh, no you don't. Oh, yes you do. Can't let go. Square! There we go.
Damn it. Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord. Just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything to me, and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
last saved. Found her. I should get this report to Cyril.
Okay. I guess this saves me a trip. So weird conflict of interest there, I guess is the best way that I can put it. You don't have to believe the same thing that your neighbor or your friend or your mother or whatever, or your lover or whatever. Like, you don't have to believe the same thing that everybody else does. Everybody is free to believe what they want in what religion they want. And in that way, the third chair did what he believed was right. And I understand that. I understand allowing everybody to live their life how they want to. But at the same time, with something like this, we were raised in Storm with a fear of the Akashic, right? And the Akashic are associated with Ultima, and so we need to kill them because they are the enemy. So one person's salvation is another person's damnation, in a way, right? It's so weird, and honestly, like, I could probably spend, if I gave enough brain power to it, I could probably spend quite a while comparing it to, you know, real life situations in which the misunderstanding or lack of understanding in another's culture leads to hatred and fear and violence and such like that. Final Fantasy has always been really good at, especially with their whole thing of like defeating the gods and like belief in gods versus trying to fight them and fight the fight. Final Fantasy has always been really good in exploring that discourse in the sense of a fantasy way, and they did it really well here, where Clive is kind of stuck in the middle here, just observing, right? Doing what he does his best, but winds up being an observer in between these two factions here.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
The third chair is reporting to the teachings of the Ashen Savior cult, its outer edges stained with the same man's lifeblood.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be. Only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them, we protect them, and yes, we die for them. For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did was right?
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
Playhearth signboard. The emblem of the Undying's headquarters in Tabor. The village is home to the finest leather workers and lapidaries in Dalmekia, who are little aware of their affable new neighbors are members of a secret society sworn to serve the Phoenix. And they opened up my mind. Like 6 signboards. Alright.
I shall have the Book of Martyrs fetched from the requiretory forthwith, my lord. But prithee, do not let me keep you, should you have more pressing matters to attend to. The volume will be waiting for you when you next return.
To live or die on your own terms. It is very... Oh god, there's another one? God, these keep coming. Alright, let's just knock out the ones that we have and then we'll take care of the next set.
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dock. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
Ooh, I should have restocked. It's alright. It's alright. Couple bombs. Oh, that did a nice set of damage there. Find out what this Colosseum is about here.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the Wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Let's find these prisoners.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Dark, writ of designation. The Kingdom of Waloed hereby designates this facility as a prison for the detainment of bearers, both foreign and domestic. The purpose of this facility is to rear and train a Kuza beast for deployment in the field. The aforementioned purpose is a matter of strictest secrecy, and any mention thereof is to be punishable by death. Captive bearers have been provided solely for the perusal of the aforementioned purpose. Express permission is required for use of bearers in any other capacity.
So this place was no ordinary prison.
Of course not.
And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Of course. Okay. Hello? What over here? That works. Recommendation concerning Kuza beast deployment. The Kuza has long been recognized as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it was hoped that a successful deployment on the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. In exercises conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It is proposed instead that bearer captive be employed in order to draw enemy focus, and then the beast then driven into the fray in order to achieve maximum benefit with minimal loss of Waloeder lives.
Minimal loss of Waloeder lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
I mean, Waloed has been shown as a place of a little more savagery here. Memorandum on Kuza beast feeding. Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Kuza entrusted to our care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bearers assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way. Hey, Jim. What's up? Suggesting that live bearers may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While this behavior is unexpected, it is not unwelcome. Bearers no longer of use for training purposes can now be repurposed as required.
They were feeding bearers to it.
Christ.
This is even worse than I'd feared.
Holy crap.
Nothing but Akashic down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
I want to see if there's anything on the other side first. Leave no stone unturned. And there is a locked gate on the other side. Okay. Well, that settles that then. Which way to go? Big fist. Okay, so this is the direction we are supposed to go. Retreat the other way! Even though I'm sure we're going to be down this way soon enough. I'm sure they didn't just put these enemies there just for shits and giggles. Crafting materials I'm never going to need, and more money. Which, I guess technically I still do need, if I'm going to collect the rest of the OSTs.
No luck downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents, and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Yeah, they're a little sick.
If we don't find any survivors, we've risked our lives for nothing. Take care. That creature might still be here somewhere.
Oh, it definitely is. Though I don't necessarily know what type of creature this is, so this ought to be fun. Even to this day.
See what we can find down here.
Oops. Even to this day, I still sometimes just cannot get used to holding down a button in order to interact with something. Well, that's inviting. Amber. Good selling fodder.
A survivor. And she sounds close.
Little too. Okay. Well, there's the Goyle. Yeah, I know, game. You don't have to be so obnoxious about it.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course they were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. He must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
Of course. Let's go, Joshua. Now what?
They're waiting for me.
Oh, it's a modified behemoth. Oh, that's nice. Damn, Behemoth's got a fucking glow up in this game. Beefy Behemoth 2.0. Hey, Mel. Who's a beast? And also a bounty. That kills two birds with one stone here.
The beast will wreak havoc if it ever leaves the prison. I can't let that happen. Slow.
Ow. Thanks for the backhand. Appreciate it.
Nice try.
Yeah. Oh, here we go again. Ow. That was about to be something cool. I mean, yeah, I did say I was going to do the rest of the side quests. So, in terms of the story end, probably going to take another stream. Ow. Come on. There we go. Now I can start working on you. Ow. Which I highly doubt I'm going to be able to get to another one this week. Which means that we are going to have to wait a couple of weeks to be able to finish it, which sucks for me. But what are you going to do? Let's dance, pretty boy. You just gave me a free hit, dumbass. Oh, ow. Always forget about that backhand. Ow. I'm gonna eat the damage, because I can. Didn't think it was that close to death, but alright. What do I get? What do I get? What do I get? What do I get? Behemoth Shackle. Not what I'm looking for here. That's alright.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Of course, gonna boot us back to the hideaway. Yeah, well.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the curse breakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
Nobody's tool. Ooh. Nice. Very nice. Alright. I guess since we're here, might as well turn in what we have so far. Turn in what we have and collect the new shit.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised?
If the drunken galley captain I shared a table with last night is to be believed, word of your exploits has made its way across the seas to the great continent. What's more, she claims there are those who would see you flourish, herself being one such woman. Gareth. I want to see a far continent DLC. Again, it seems like such easy DLC bait.
All done?
What are these Genji loves? What do they do? The island warriors of the Far East are said to claim a piece of armor of a slain soldier following a battle, wearing it over their own until their next encounter, at which time they finally remove it. The warriors believe that the spirit of the fallen foe will now lend them their strength. Increases damage dealt to enemies by 5%. I mean, that's... I guess that's okay.
Twinside's hundreds of leagues away.
Off you go then.
What do we got? Oh, goodness. The Masterless Marauder. The Waluda army captured such beasts and tried to train them to serve, but this particular specimen's training has long since ceased. Whether its captors turned to Kashyyyk with the rest of their comrades or were eaten by their pet, when it broke free from the bonds, we shall never know. All we do know is that there are none left alive who knows the words to put an end to its rampage. Only a show of force will. Excuse me, sorry about that. Okay. That's somewhere in Ash, then. Who's a beast? A monster born in the Baumang Dark, and quite possibly the deadliest beast known to man. Sid, we beg you to slay it, not only that the world might be a safer place, but the bearers who lost their lives to that vile creature might at last be avenged. Forgive our presumption, but knowing what we do of it, we doubt any but you could emerge from its cage alive. The Grim Reaper. There's a saying among the Imperial soldiers that of the Northreach garrison, steer clear of the drowned tower, lest the spectre's sickle reap your root. They speak in typically uncouth terms of the thrall that dwells within the Aether Flood, one whose frightful aspect and command over lesser minions would appear to mark him as a high-ranking member of his species. Okay. Cape Ossier. Or Orsier. Ossier? Whatever. Sambrek. Knight of the Splendid Heart. Most pilgrims of the holy capital of Oriflamme pass through the Pendant's Gate on the road from the Royal Meadows. Of late, however, a knight in shining armor has elected to station himself beside this entrance, accusing any and all passerbyers of being Sid the Outlaw, the one who led Prince Dion down the path to destruction, and challenging them to a duel to the death. Okay, so we have Cape Ossier and Pented's Gate.
Haida Marie has taken a liking to her new home. How her spirit survived Baumang Dark unbroken, I'll never know.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a chance.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yeah. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Does Ember deserve passing marks? I said this before, and I will say it again. I appreciate his wits. I appreciate the way that he took advantage of the situation. However, in reality, he still took... He still put somebody else in danger in order to succeed his mission. And that is something that I will never agree with.
When faced with an unexpected foe, Ember froze. He did not run. He did not fight. Had I not been there, he would be dead. It would be too great a risk to send him out on a mission alone.
Thank you, Sid, for your honest appraisal. Ember, you braved the tower and emerged unscathed. Yes, but only because Sid saved your skin. To me, that's no better than being caught red-handed. You failed the test.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been outdone by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Learn from your mistakes. Grow.
There's something about it.
Goodness me.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Porter's Alder as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
I may have done that.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
And I'm assuming we're going to be, yep, we're just going to be teleported there. We're bouncing all over the place.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. Two such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more onto the breach.
Negotiations are turning out fine.
Shall we begin again?
Not so subtle.
What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes, and I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will.
As we know, Byron is never one to pass a moment for dramatics.
Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
The Tri-Unity Accord, signed by representatives from Rosaria, Dhalmekia, and Sembrek. This mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. For what great moment in history hasn't it been accompanied by a little ceremony?
Sorry, can't take you where you need to get to, but the Argo and me will be waiting when you get back.
Thanks,
What
Obulus.
do you think that thing is? And how the hell is Sid gonna deal with that?
Don't worry about it. Talk to you. Oh, please. Not another... Oh, hey, Gav. We have a couple new...
Oh, you alright?
What's up? Silver
Something
linings.
troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Etta's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Etta's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Yeah, I'll help him.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose arse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Got a little bit of a soft spot to you here. You'll fill out the role of father just fine there, Gav.
Clive.
I would assume. The closest to a father figure in this whole mess of
Rubbing me blind,
here.
you know.
Mess of here, yeah.
Come again. Or don't. Still alive, are you? Go on then.
Push.
You got out else? I'll be thankful you got that much. I reckon I can find a buyer.
Always do. Alright, what else we got? Vale signboard. The emblem of the Vale, Northreach's far-famed house of ill repute. The town is the gateway to the imperial capital of Oriflem, where waves of old money and new lap against the opposing sides of the Great Wall. However, the Vale's proprietor, Isabel, knows it best as a safe haven in a storm, the town that took her in and the man she loved when the rest of the world shunned them. Briar's Kiss signboard. An emblem of the Briar's Kiss, the finest forge in Dalamil, run by its puckish and precocious young forge master Lubor. He inherited both his forge and the role of desert hare from his predecessor, the original Rosanna Dalamil, though his mayoralty of Dalamil he won entirely by his own merits. The Clay Hearth signboard. The emblem of the Undying's headquarters in Tabor. The Undying are a secret society sworn to serve House Rossfield, and more particularly, the dominance of the Phoenix that are born into the Rossfield line. Such is their acolytes' faith in the Phoenix that they will gladly surrender their lives if it should be for the benefit of their master. Rusted Battlehound. Archduke Elwin's helm worn in his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising, and later laid to rest upon his memorial stone. Now it sleeps in Clive's chambers, a constant reminder of the bravery and selflessness of the man in whose footsteps he and his brother mean to follow. The Triunity Accord. Signed in Port Isolde by representatives from Rosaria, Dalmekia, and Sembrek, this mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. Of course, we have the charred sparring sword. Clive's old sparring sword, salvaged by Torgal in the aftermath of the Ironblood invasion and hidden at Clive's original hideaway, the Rookery, is a reminder of who Clive once was and who he has become, as well as the unbreakable bond between lifelong friends. We have gathered quite a collection of memories here. Holy shit. A note of thanks. My Lord Marquess, I write to thank you for the kind consideration you have shown for those whose names are written within the pages of the Book of Martyrs. That is a lot of missives, you are correct. I know that it would move them deeply to know that the first shield of the Phoenix laments their passing. Though each and every member of our order stands ready to sacrifice their lives in service of the Phoenix, I do not doubt that those who are taken before their time go with regret for the long years of duty left undone, that they should live on in the memory of a proud son of House Rossfield, such as yourself, shall surely go some way to soothing their sorrows. May the Phoenix's flame burn ever in your heart. Cyril, bearer of the burning quill. The Wages of Fate. Do you remember what you told me that night of Phoenix Gate? That while the fate of Rosario sits on my shoulders, the fate of its dominance sits upon yours. But are we not both dominants of fire? Does not the flame of our forebears burn in both of our hearts? Should I not protect you as you have protected me? You have chosen to be my shield. Now let me choose to be yours. Is this not what our father wanted? What Sid wanted? To cast aside fate and forge our own paths. Grant me this, Clive. Let me be your strength. Joshua. A new day. I am not so foolish as to believe that a single shaming at the hands of the town urchins can dispel a lifetime of hatred built up in one's hearts, just as a pot cannot be made clean by reminding of its grime. It takes effort, persistence, and more often than not a stiff brush and bucket of lye. But more than that, it takes time. Fortunately, your courage and leadership has granted us just that. We must now decide whether to embrace it or to waste it. A wise man once said the night is always darkest before dawn. It's a good thing that I count one it is a good thing then I count one who burns so bright amongst my friends. Lubor. A fine hound. The two of you got yeah. Hello. Welcome to the stream of shitty accents. The two of you have been together for what probably feels like a lifetime now, but there's still a lot you have to learn about that hound of yours. Aye, he'd sleep in front of a bloody raging behemoth if it meant, or step in front of a bloody raging behemoth if he meant to protect you. But that don't mean you should take it for granted. At the end of the day, he's a hound, and sometimes he just wants someone to pat his head and rub his belly and give him a handful of Koopa nuts. You do well to remember that. Karen. That which conquers all. Ah. Jesus Christ. Here, not long removed from when last you placed yourself between us and peril, I sit and pen yet another letter in which I try to find the words to somehow express the gratitude of an entire town. Still, something feels different about our latest triumph. Where in the past we leaned ever so heavily upon your good graces, this time we found strength elsewhere, in ourselves. Our hardship has shown us that that which should have been apparent all along. We are not as different as we want to believe. Does a peasant love his homeland any less than a noble? Does a bearer love his family any less than another man does his own? It is this love that has united us and given us strength. Should every thrall, Akashic, bandit, and brigand in the realm come charging our gates, we will not fret. We will not falter. We will fight. And we will win. Isabel. Concern for Jill. Though her icon brought her much suffering, the loss of Shiva weighs heavily on our hearts, and we would be poor friends indeed if we seek not to light that burden. even for only a fraction, before we depart for the skies. I would speak on this more in private.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
All right.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Get myself killed, probably. If the past has anything to say about it. And we shall do that after we deliver this stuff to Mid. Because we've been hanging on to this for way too long, and I want to see the Enterprise fly! I want to see it retain its namesake here. Of course, I don't know if we're actually going to see it, but a prototype is still a good start.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Shipwright's tallow, a thick, noisome lubricant made from the rendered fat of sea beasts, commonly used by shipwrights on the cranes and winches they employ in shipbuilding.
You make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Yeah, kind of already taking care of that.
This is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
Ugh, engineers. Okay.
Wheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
God damn it, Clive.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Back upstairs I go. If after all this time it's still on the table they used to dismantle the damn thing. Oi, kids.
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look.
Also interesting how you were reassembling all of this stuff and have pieces left over. Like, you're reassembling it to where it's functional with less pieces than it was originally built. That's honestly quite impressive.
I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
That's Cogwheel.
Well, did they have it?
An overlooked component of Mid's deconstructed scales. Its purpose remains a mystery to all but Mid.
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own, but with the right cog in the right place. Well, you just wait and see.
Let me see it. Again, this is only a model, but oh, it's beautiful.
Do it?
I love it just from the little bit we can see.
Here goes nothing.
Oh.
Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head? Or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Keep talking about... Oh, still more?
Of course.
Not my time yet.
If I'm
Okay.
putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Once again, such an appreciation for how they flip everything they have built on their head. The fact that, you know, there is still a connection between Sid and ships and airships, but Sid took such a different direction this time around to something more of a leadership, and that all of the, you know, inventing and stuff actually went to his daughter instead. But this time around, we don't get to the airship section. We kind of step aboard the precipice, and then it just kind of stops. Almost kind of like learning from the past there. Every time Sid built an airship in whatever game, it was used for some sort of war. This time we're stopping it before it starts. And still leaving a good message in its wake. Model airship. Its dangerous dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. My dad always said there were two ways of living your life. Chasing a dream, or shuffling to your grave.
What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it. We both did.
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
Hey.
Sound advice.
You're right,
Still,
but hey.
I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Builder. Seeing as you're always strapped for coin, suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do come to part with it.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
Alright then.
Alright, Clive.
Can you choose somewhere a bit more down to earth for your chat with Ultima? And I could have come with you, finally made a name for myself, instead of sitting on my ass while his Imperial Fancy Pants gets all the glory.
Make a name for yourself.
Without the Enterprise, we wouldn't have had saved Jill. We wouldn't have made it to Ash. We wouldn't have escaped from Stone here with our lives. Now this would have been possible had you not followed your dream and kept your promise to Sid. Now I must keep mine.
You better bloody had to and all.
Well, I'll be having his name back. Give it to Gav, maybe. Or Jill. Aye, definitely Jill.
Enjoy it while you can, Clive.
Because once that crystal's cracked, I'm going through with my plan. It'll be easy turning back on my dream I chased for so long. Turning my back on the dream I chased for so long. But you never know that. But you know what the best thing about dreams is, Clive? They're never in short supply. Keep talking like I'm the only one ever to have her sights set on the skies, when there might be someone else up there already.
Imagine that, eh?
Hey, maybe when his Imperial Fancy Pants gets back, I can ask him to take me up there so I can see for myself. Till then, though, I'll be down here with everyone else, dreaming away.
Give him hell and half, Clive.
I honestly thought, I legitimately thought that, like, they were gonna finish up the, priceless. What the fuck is priceless? Figure it out. I legitimately thought that, like, they were gonna finish the airship, and then that would change the ending to where, like, everybody will come along with us, and Dion wouldn't have to fucking strain himself, or some shit like that. But, I mean, clearly not.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard? To the hideaway, then.
God damn it. I have to go all the way back there. Not yet. I just got out.
Merchants here has what Gav needs.
I just got out of the hideaway. Give me a moment to breathe here.
Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo. Near some gutted hovel, not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
Well, how interesting. The first merchant that we encounter gave us such detailed information there.
Just about surviving, are you?
I thought so.
When I was a little girl...
My family owned a bower. They let us sleep in a corner of the barn, and had her play with me and teach me letters. We never ate together, or slept under the same roof, but even so, she was like family. I was with her on the day she died. She held me in her arms and whispered in my ear, "My darling Martha, I'm so glad you didn't awaken." It was only years later that I found out she wasn't just a servant. She was my grandmother.
My grandmother?
And I watched her die in the corner of a barn, on a pile of old straw.
I swore then and there.
I was going to do everything in my power to bring an end to all of this. To never stop fighting until the day when bearers can live free. Just like she deserved to. And do you know what? When I see that glint in your eyes, I reckon that day might be along sooner than I dared hope. Damn. But long after Rosalith got ransacked that Sir Wade and his men turned up at our gates begging for shelter.
Put the wind right up us.
It did. The state of them, all dressed in filthy rags. We were worried there might be cutthroats come to thieve and pillage. But some of the folks they helped escape from the capital recognized them and set us right.
Thank goodness they did.
I couldn't have dreamed of better guests than the Guardians. But the way they took the bearers under their wing and taught the Blood Axes how to fight like true shields of Rosaria. And when night fell, and they'd all gather around the bonfire to sing songs of the old duchy. Why, it was enough to bring a tear to your eye.
Like being back in the glory days.
It was. With them the knights in shining armor come riding to the rescue.
Half of me wishes they hadn't left.
For Eastpool. But the other half knows they're better off up there, and they're only a stone's throw away if we need them. And we're just down here if they ever need us, because that's what Rosaria's about. Not pretty knights and mooning maidens, but proud, hard-working men and women helping one another out.
It ain't exactly a bed of roses.
Right now, we got Aether floods cropping up all over, and new arrivals turning up at the gates near enough every day, begging for us to take them in. Ever since the skies turned, it's been a struggle just to survive, but you won't hear any of us complaining. Not least because we're finally free of the Empire's grip. The garrison's been pulled back east, and the few remaining black shields have gone with them. Which also means we don't have to fear for our bearers no more. We can even treat them like human beings they are, just like they're doing up in Eastpool.
And that's just the start.
If we can make a good go of Eastpool, it'll show the rest of the realm you can live without magic, without slaves, that we all can be free.
You come back and visit, alright?
Again, I love the fact that they don't sleep on the world development here. I've said this ad nauseum. I'm going to keep saying it because it keeps being true.
Build a barricade so sturdy, even
Can I help you with something? You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you? I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride. Was a silver chocobo seen there? Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman. It wouldn't be the first time.
Alright, that's 2. Where is the third one? Probably not in the alleyway.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone. Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine.
Maybe another time.
That was my mother, thank you.
I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
Well.
A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Just because the heavens have gone to Reckonroon, it don't mean...
I thought that was Joshua. I was wrong. Well, might as well make our way over to Eastpool, see if we can squeeze out some more dialogue and world development. If anybody's here. Hello? There we are.
No idea what it meant to live free.
Is there anything you need, my lord? Had you told me?
Back in Rosalith, that I'd one day be in charge of my own village, I'd have thought it a jest, and a poor one at that. But here I am nonetheless. The trouble is, I've known naught but the axe since I was old enough to stand, and while I might have saved my neck on occasion, it's ill-suited for tilling fields and building trowels. Or troughs. Trowels.
Truth be told,
My lord, I've spent so much of my life fighting that I never really learned how to live.
so that's what I'm doing now.
Or trying to, at least. Fortunately, Martha's always close when I need her, which is more often than I'd like to admit. In case you're wondering, this means I've given up fighting for Rosaria. The truth is, I never stopped.
Eastpool is the duchy.
And in restoring the village, we begin to restore the country. The country. It all starts here.
Driving back the horde was easy.
But now comes the hard part. Surviving. It doesn't help that the bearers here are accustomed to using their gifts for everything, having spent their lives being forced to do so in service to their masters. Before they joined us, most had never worked with their hands, let alone a plow.
Not that they're lazy.
Of course. Quite the opposite. It's quite that they're going to need... it's just that they're going to need some time to learn the basics before they're ready to man a storehouse or stable. Jesus Christ. And we certainly can't have them harming themselves using magics to achieve what few blows of the hammer might. Besides which, every crystal in storm might be cracked, but the blight's ever spreading.
No.
It's time we went back to relying on our own two hands, just like the Founder did. You and your friends at the Hideaway have shown us all it can be done. Now it's just a matter of doing it. Not many shields escaped the Empire's steel that night at Phoenix Gate. Yet those of us who did swore then and there that we would win back our home, no matter how long it took. That, though, would prove easier said than done, especially in those early days when all who reminisced or remained loyal to your father's throne were hunted more mercilessly than bandits. In the eyes of the Empire, we were outlaws, and we for our part embraced the role, the better to hide ourselves.
Eventually, though.
We were found, though not by the Emperor's men, but by your Uncle Byron. I still remember his words. Proud shields of the duchy and heirs to the good Proud shields of the duchy and heirs to the good Archduke Elwin's legacy. I, Lord Byron Rossfield, pledge both axe and abetance, that together we might see our nation rise once again from the ashes.
And while he has yet to lend his axe...
He has always been most generous in his patronage, despite the considerable risk inherent in our association. That generosity has seen us through many a dark day, ensuring our flame never went out.
And now?
With your help, my lord, and that of sympathetic souls like Martha, it finally feels as if we're starting to make a difference. Yet there is still much to do. For while the Empire's grip on our home is weaker than it was, the wounds left by nigh on 2 decades of Imperial rule will not be quick to mend.
If we are to heal...
We can no longer simply guard the flame of our forebears, but fan it, that it might spread to the hearts of all of our brothers and sisters. And then the duchy shall rise, shall truly rise again. I can fucking read. Oh, silver chocobo.
Good girl.
Go, Ambrosia, go! Ignore all these pesky enemies, we don't need that. Ow, well.
Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change.
We also got some fallen. No. Come on, I know there's a path here. There we go. I meant to say it, but it's okay. I'm sure this will not come back to bite me in the ass.
More tracks. And these look fresh. The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is.
Hello? Chocobo? Are you inside the shack?
Anything.
Oh boy. Well, there's a feather.
Well, I'll be damned.
Maybe we don't need to fight the chocobo after all? That'd be nice. Maybe we can save the chocobo? Befriend it? Good girl? Or boy? 2 chocobos!
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend.
Yay!
Thank you.
We don't have to fight the chocobos.
Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
Hey. Nice. Alright. While we are out here, let's see. Go down, Dark Valley, where are you? Chase, Royal Meadows, West Watch. Okay, so there's one there, and then one somewhere. Penitence Gate. Might as well go here first. Oh, hello. Knight of the Splendid Heart.
You're the outlaw! The one who drove his highness to madness! On your knees!
What? He has heard. And it doesn't look like he's willing to listen. Too slow.
Only your death will tell!
Ow. Okay. Ow! Ah! Rush high dive. Oh boy. God, it's so hard to predict some of these attacks. Yeah. Oh my god, he moves so fucking fast! There we go. of a bitch. Fuck you. Fuck off. I'm pressing the button. I swear I am. I swears it. You sees me moving. Here we go again. Could you stop using that move, please? Fuck you. And to March, what the fuck? Okay, alright. That's enough of that. What the hell? Hello. Don't! I had enough of you. Goodbye. God, if you would have just fucking listened.
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
He didn't listen. For better or for worse, there was nothing we could do.
Good girl.
Faster!
Something about the drowned fortress. I believe this is that one. Just going across these fields and seeing not only the remnants of life that we have left, but also the land so destroyed. Oh, shut it.
Quiet.
Head towards the blue glow and you will find the ether flood that you are looking for.
Be safe.
There's another chronolith here. I think.
Caution.
Not what I'm looking for, though. Leave me alone. Somewhere here. Is that it? That looks suspicious enough. Prince of Death. It's just a fucking oversized lich here. Overglorified lich, I think, is the word I'm looking for here. We all know this is only going to end one way. Ow. Okay. Alright, that did nothing. Good job. Not get cocky. All these nice visual effects are actually fucking up my timing here. Oh my god, stop it. You bitch. Ow. Yeah. Telling me to concentrate is not helping, Joshua. Please. Oh, fuck you. No! Stop that. Fuck it. Close enough. Goodbye. Ow. Ow. Okay. Maybe it wasn't going to end that way. dark seal. Perfect.
I'm getting tired of these things.
Hopefully it's the last one that we have to face. As much as I want to go back to Ash, I'm going to pop back over to the hideaway. Because I think... another new missive.
The gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
Maybe. But first, Gav, I have your...
No trouble at all.
Still, I appreciate it.
What's going on, gentlemen? Ember?
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Silver Chocobo Feather. To the people of the North, silver chocobos are symbols of good fortune, the mere sight of one potentially meaning the difference between a failed harvest and a bumper crop. According to Gav, at least.
Crystals crack. Is this what I think it is?
Mm-hmm.
Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
It is.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Oh no.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long. Even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
Well, talking about character development real
I
fast.
don't want Gav to give up being a scout, honest.
Clive, my boy. Do you know why?
I chose to call it the Triunity, Clive. You may be too young to remember, but this isn't the first time an alliance has been struck twixt the nations of Storm.
'Twas not 20 summers past.
That your father petitioned both the Empire and the Republic to join hands with the Duchy, that we might work to mutual advantage in defiance of the Blight. And they, for their part, embraced the notion, or so we believed. Little did we know that the peace Elwyn had worked so hard to secure would be ground beneath the heel of one we least suspected.
Your mother.
The Duchess. The bitch. In one fell swoop, Annabella robbed us of everything. A nation, a leader, a brother, a father.
But above all,
she robbed us of what could have been. A realm undivided. Elwyn's grand design.
And so you see
why I chose to call our new alliance the Triunity, for with it we aim to preserve not only peace, but a lasting legacy of cooperation.
Well, don't do anything I wouldn't.
I feel like that's a high bar, I'm gonna be honest there, Byron.
Clive.
Go on, then.
You got out else? It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that.
Don't have enough.
So what do I owe the honour? What's that for you, dear?
God, a Damarung is mine! If Ragnarok was forged to mark the War of the Gods, then God of Damarung, meaning Twilight of the Gods, was forged to mark the fall of those self-same deities.
No scratches, right?
Half past Twilight. Craft this legendary sword, God of Damarung. Now we just have Ouroboros. Which you need one more orichalcum, a comet feather, and a stone tongue, some of which are from more hunts. Which, if my math is mathing, we're not done with that yet. Model airship. Mid's dangerous dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. Though the experiment ended in failure, Mid has allowed Clive to keep hold of the model so that once her renown has grown, he might sell the piece for an exorbitant amount of gil. Oh yeah, let me take a look at this fucking sword. Damn! That is some sleek black swordsmanship there. Try Unity. Bringing together 3 men from differing backgrounds was not to be without some difficulty. However, come together we did for a better Valisthea. The Triunity was but a first step. A longer, more bitter journey awaits us, one that will almost certainly end in hardship. Yet what matters most is not the destination, but what we can learn from one another while on the road there. You have paved that road for us with your courage, Clive. Now we must have the courage to walk it. Your loving uncle. Treasure hunt. What? You didn't think I was just saying the stuff about hiding my engine, did you? Wouldn't you know, I've already a fine spot picked out for everything. If you're going to go on this grand adventure, you'll need to be quick about your business with that ruddy god of yours. Take too long and somebody more clever might beat you to the prize. I suppose in that case I could bury you in one of my lesser inventions. Goddess knows of countless. Well then. I don't know if that's supposed to encourage or threaten, or both. I want to take a look at the... God of Damarung, not one of the ones that we can... Really? That's interesting. Or is it because of the fact that we have it equipped that we can't? Hold on. I just want to see it in more detail here. Oh no, it's under the same category as Ragnarok. Huh. Interesting. Okay. That's a little strange.
Say what you will. Lady Karen has seen
What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she'd kept a record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilerfeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
All right. But not before meeting with Edda. Walk all the way around.
Clive.
Oh.
And no sooner have your wounds mended.
You find an excuse to go charging once more into the breach. But only because my wounds are mended. Makes the expert administrations the best healer this side of the belt. Save your honey tongue for Jill. You're talking about killing a god, Clive.
While I may not have Gav's nose.
I know danger when I smell it, and this plan reeks to high heaven. This will be the last time, I promise.
That's what I'm worried about.
You fool. Don't you think I'd rather stitch 1,000 of your cuts than never stitch one again?
I do.
Thank you.
What I truly like
is to share my knowledge of healing and herb lore with the realm. Every cure seems like a miracle to the child who knows nothing of medicine.
But teach her medicine.
And suddenly a world without miracles doesn't seem so frightening.
Try to stay out of trouble.
Ty's tea stopped the fits. I only hope they stay stopped.
Greetings, Lord Marquis. May the Firebird's flame burn ever in your heart.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did, aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, me lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
Slow down there, Gav.
Don't you think you've had enough?
Oh, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
Ah, you know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
I will be damned if this is not the best set of endgame quests we have ever had. And we're still going. But I will be fucking damned if this is not the pinnacle of endgame quests that Square has ever put out. Winter Mead. A potent potable made from honey collected in the Northern Territories' short summers and fermented slowly out over the next 6 moons, to warm the belly on the North's cold winter nights. I said I was thirsty. Okay, Gav.
One of these days. One of these days, I swear it's gonna be me who drinks you under the table.
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots half the night, I reckon one of those days was yesterday.
Ha ha, you think you're so funny. But just wait till we crack open the bottle I left in your chambers. That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a behemoth.
Sounds like I'll be needing some new boots.
See you, Gav. Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. Square knew exactly what they were doing. They definitely learned from their mistakes. Again, everybody has their own opinions. 5 was fucking weak in terms of character design. 5. I haven't even played 5. 15 was fucking weak in their character development, on their plot, and really the DLC. Couple of the DLCs were really the only point when you got the character development that was missing. I felt it was rushed. I felt that it just didn't have the spark that it could have been, and we've discussed this ad nauseum there, Mel. Again, I haven't even played 5. Yeah, no, I haven't. But yeah, they definitely learned. They have definitely learned how to really, like, make it known how valuable your allies are, and make it seem like it's not just the same fucking script going over and over again like all of these RPGs do. Again, we went over it ad nauseum. 15 could have been better, but it wasn't. And that's really just my reality of it.
How's it going?
Like it only just started on the old hideaway when Sid took me in. Plan was to make it a safe haven for bearers. We were going free. I remember when the first one moves in. What the fuck? I remember when the first ones moved in. They hardly dare look at you in the eye, let alone speak to you.
But over time,
They started to thaw. They stopped being slaves and became a family. And the hideaway their home. It'd be the same with Etta and her little one, I'm sure. They can make a new home here with a new family. And with the best big brother in the whole wide world to look after them. Hey, what are you looking so smug for? I'm talking about me.
give that bastard hell.
I'm there with you there, Mel. Again, I hope they don't release it around over the holiday season, because I won't get to fucking play it, and I'd be upset about that. Also, I'd have to, like, avoid spoilers there, but that's a whole other thing. But there is potential. There is potential for the DLC, and I'm excited for it. Again, this whole outer continent place, that is DLC fodder on its own.
How may I help you today, Clive? Is everything we've received and everything promised?
Oh, last one. Nice. Every epic starts with a single word. Every symphony a single note. This is but the beginning, and forever shall your legend be told. Forever shall your legend be sung. Unsigned, A New Dawn. So you don't need to do everything to get all of the renowned stuff. Huh. Neat.
All yours.
Careful Whisper. Obtain all the available items from your patrons.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Items. else did I get? Was it a piece of armor? No. Hello? Okay. Oh. So there'll be more information about it before the end of the... Okay, more information about it, but not it actually being released. Take their time on it. Seriously. Yeah, no, you're right. Again, a fucking new expansion for 14. Oh god. I just get... My brain is going limp here. To sail the Forbidden Seas. Oh, okay, this one. Wait, they're expanding it to 100? Fuck me, man. Yeah, come back to 14. Winter Mead. A gift from Gav. This potable... I did it again. This potent potable is made from honey collected in the Northern Territories, short summers, and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons. Despite an obvious inability to hold his drink, Gav has insisted that he be allowed to share the bottle when the time comes to crack the seal. Well, I know that the latest level is 90. Still haven't gotten there yet, because I'm taking my sweet-ass time through Heavensward. By which I mean I'm stuck, because I need a party to do extreme fights with, and obviously nobody wants to fucking do extreme fights, for good reason. Ugh, tell me about it. My brain is mush. Am I at a 14 now? I am at the end of the first... I guess it's the main story? I'm right before the patches in Heavensward. So, and spoiler alerts for 14 for anybody who's listening now or later. Fucking Mr. Azure Dragoon has been overtaken. And I've been there for quite some time, because I'm trying to get people to help me out on extreme fights so I can do the Warring Triad stuff. Because I want to do everything! And I refuse to continue until I get that done.
Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
And honestly, it's a double-edged sword for me, because I will be able to appreciate... hello, I see those. I will be able to appreciate everything in the game, because I will have done everything. But at the same time, if I need a party to do something like extreme fights, I have to stop all of my progress. Who the hell is casting?
I do. The flowers and our friends.
Fuck all of y'all. Oh, you haven't... Shit, did I just spoil it for you then? Oh, okay.
What do you see, boy?
Grr.
Let's hope this is the last one.
Don't let them touch the flowers. Great. Come here. Come here, dumbass. New enemies approach. Son of a bitch. Take care of our little friends here.
It's over.
Nice.
That was harder than I expected.
Not really.
But Founder, it was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Oh, Jill. Hideaway welcome. Edda seems fond of the silver bow we gave her. What the fuck? So much so she's been taking to sitting in atop her belly she rests. To hear her tell it, the rascal kicks something fierce when she does too. Sounds like we got another fighter on our hands, and none too soon. I can hardly wait to teach our newest little curse breaker everything I know. Though I suppose we can all celebrate first. No need to get ahead of ourselves now. Let the kid grow up to be a kid first, and once he's of age, start teaching him.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
Don't even allow her to give an answer there. Real gentlemanly, Clive.
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small.
I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure. We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Priceless was absolutely was definitely the right topic title for this mission there. Snow Daisy Garland, a fragrant diadem handwoven by Jill from flowers picked on the shores of Orleface Bay. I was never much good at garlands, but it'll have to do. I have a lot of masks that I put on in public. I try not to let this side of me slip in public because there's a lot of judgment and there's a lot of stereotyping, and honestly just kind of seems to me as a weakness for somebody like me. But I am a die-hard romantic, and it's shit like this that just warms my frozen heart here. I love this shit to death. I love seeing I love seeing other people being able to get this. You know? And I'm sure there's some psychological aspect of just like, I'm freaking, what's the word for it? You know, I'm seeing in others what I want in myself, and blah 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 blah, whatever the fuck. I love this shit, and I will repeat what I said before. Square knew exactly what they were doing with this game. The pacing was fucking fantastic. They didn't shove it right away. They kind of introduced it, because of course there is that stigma where it's like two childhood friends wind up getting together, but they paced it out so fucking well that this, or even the moment on the Shadow Coast when they finally broke down that final barrier there, just fucking chef's kiss. Oh my god. Yo, the DLC better be as good as the base game on this one. Joining hands with Jill. Jill has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is probably a good place to stop for today. We do still have a few more things to do. We have some things in Ash to do, and there's another fucking bounty in here somewhere. I'm going to look it up. I'm not here for riddles. But we're coming to the end of our side quest adventure there. So this is another thought that kind of popped into my head. I'm usually not one for trying to have like a shit ton of side quests to pad out games, right? I feel like artificially padding it out is kind of lazy in terms of design. But this doesn't feel like padding, right? We've been at this for over 4 hours. And this is even combining the couple hours that I began last time of doing. So let's say about 6 hours of side quests here, and we're not even done yet. But each side quest has a purpose. Each side quest ties loose ends. It isn't just go out and fetch this thing for no apparent reason. It's go out and fetch this thing so this town can get together, or I can, start to live my life in a way that I want to. Whatever the case is. It's so fucking good! Sorry, Jill. This is, this is probably not, if not my top game of the year, definitely in the top 3 games of the year for me. Like, I have wanted to come back to this every single time from stream 1. And, of course, I'm talking, like, this is the final stream. Obviously, it's not. But, like, I've wanted to come back to this since the first time that I streamed this. And I just kind of streamed it on a whim. It's like, well, I'm gonna do it anyway. It's the first stream I'm doing for a while. And then it turned into something fucking beautiful. Plus, I mean, like, we got Jill and we got Sid, so the fucking gay agenda is, like, it's thriving here. Yeah. But I digress. So, as I said, I probably will not be able to get to this again this week. There is a possibility that I might be able to get to it on Saturday, if I feel like it. I don't know. Time is weird. All of next week, I'm going to be off the radar. As I said in the beginning, my sister's coming into town for fall break. And this is technically her room, so I kind of have to vacate the premises here. Which means I will not have access to most of my consoles. And even if I did, I couldn't stream anyway. So we'll be off of this for a week, and then the week after, I can almost guarantee that there's going to be an availability to stream this, as I have 4 second shifts that week at the end of the week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So I'll probably just open this back up in 2 weeks on Wednesday. So that is that. I do not know if we're going to be finishing this next time, or if the rest of the side quests are going to take me a long time. I want to be thorough. I want to get everything that I can done. So we will see. It might be the second to last stream. It might be the last stream. If it is the last stream, once again, as a reminder, as I was notified by Mel here, there is a song near the end game that is going to be copywritten. So that will erase all audio from the VODs if you're watching this either afterwards or on the YouTube end. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it there. But I have rambled on long enough. I want to end on something beautiful, and this whole scene between Clive and Jill is the most fucking gorgeous thing that I can think of here. So as we look upon the flowers, we shall end it for today. Tomorrow, or Thursday, I will be back here with my friend Suzie as we do some more Kingdom Hearts 2, as I get my ass beaten some more by the data fights. Friday, over on Chris's channel, we're going to be continuing the Pokemon Violet DLC 1, the Teal Mask, as we do Parent stuff, and probably rival battles after that. And then, as I said before, after that, we're at least me, I'm going to be off the radar for next week. I don't know what everybody else is. For the remaining time of October, in terms of group streams, there are not going to be any. One of us is going on vacation. So that's kind of the general gist of what's going on here. And in case you guys are wondering what's going to be happening after 16, I've alluded to this. Within my time, which work has been absolutely kicking my ass with scheduling, after 16 is done, while we're waiting for the DLC, I'm going to be going back to OG7, trying to make some more progress on that. So I do have a plan for after all this is done, although it is definitely going to be whiplash. But I'm rambling. I'm rambling so hard. If you guys are just here for the 16 stuff, I will see you guys in 2 weeks for some more of that. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow for some more Kingdom Hearts 2. Thank you guys for watching, and see you guys next time. Good night, everybody.